Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24 Creator Team Career here on the PC with Cadillac. It's Season 2, 2027, and we are heading to Singapore. So round 6 tonight, and yet another sprint race. Race number 4 is that it's a sprint, I believe, if memory serves. Back to back from last night's sprint in China. We go to Baku for a normal Grand Prix weekend after this, and then I think from there we go to Monaco. No, Barcelona for a sprint, and then Monaco for a sprint. So more back-to-back sprints coming up. Actually, it'll be a triple header of sprints because we'll be getting a sprint in Austria after that as well. Then there'll be a little bit of a breather on the sprints until we get towards the end of the season. Back-to-back sprints here in Canada and Vegas, and then the last one in Mexico before we head to Sao Paulo to close off the season. But a little way to go until we get there first. Tonight it is Singapore. Weather is looking hot. So good chance that tyres could be potentially a bit of an issue again. We actually managed our tyres really well last night. Had a fantastic result with Hamilton. Couldn't quite get back into the points with Valtteri. The pace just fell away from him again at the end of the Grand Prix. But I think we had a good weekend all round, all things considered. Evening Micon, evening Dino, evening Adrian, good to see you guys. Hello to everyone else who's lurking in the chat as well. Let's take stock of our situation. It is the beginning of the weekend, so we can go straight into Singapore. We have no money, just $843 to our name, which is pretty bad. We will get a little bit of money from the end of this race, and then we're going to lose probably most of it, if not all of it, because our wage bill is so high that we'll actually lose about $1 million every month, if not slightly more than $1 million every month. So, yeah, that's not great. We've got a wait to go as well until we get to our next income from our sponsors. So, yeah, money's going to be tight. As you can see, we do have a couple of designs going through. They've been delayed slightly. As you can see, we have a temporary shutdown. We had to shut the wind tunnel down for 5 days. That is going to cause us some issues. The initial plan was to try and get these out for Monaco. That's not going to happen now, I don't think. So that's not ideal. It is what it is, unfortunately. Evening, Daniel. What else? We finally got to the point where we're going to need to swap out engine parts. So we'll be doing that today. Once we get through free practice. Let's just quickly check on the drivers. Both of them are in a positive state of mind, which is excellent. Javi still being a little bit meh, a little bit grumpy. Hopefully we can cheer him up soon as well. Let's set our targets, 18th or higher for Valtteri and for Lewis. I'm hoping we can maybe steal a couple of points here today as well. And let's head to Singapore.
Our Formula One season continues here, in the Republic of Singapore. Singapore's Marina Bay is a floodlit extravaganza for the senses and a true test for F1 drivers. Cars are just inches away from the walls on this tight street circuit, and even at night, the air thrums with heat.
In this round, the teams have 2 races to contend with both the sprint and the Grand Prix offering the chance to bag some championship points.
Stay right here, because we're just getting started.
And once again, we are not going to be running the rookies. We are going to be running the hard tyres and trying to spend as much time on track as possible in this first session. So, in terms of run plan, it's normally 18 laps around Marina Bay. I think, if you want to get 2 runs. So we are going to fuel them up for 42 laps to allow time for changing parts between runs or changing setups between runs, so we can just stay on track the entire session. Assuming the tyres will last. I mean, I think they will. We are keeping the gearbox and engines in the car for practice. We will take them out after practice, ready for sprint quali. Let's get the setups onto the car. We'll start with Hamilton's car tonight. We want pretty high downforce for this circuit. I'm going to start with what I usually start with around here. A 7 at the front, a 15.5 on the rear, then a 9.1. Going to whack that all the way down and whack that most of the way up. There we go. That's my usual starting setup for here. You can see we're kind of right on the edge of the detection zone on the straights for the rear wing. So that's encouraging, potentially. Let's move over to Valtteri's car. And we'll go something a little bit different here. We'll go with a little bit more front wing. Let's go with an 8.5 on the front of this car. Again, we're going to go 15.5. Not going to push the roll bar back quite so far on this one. We're going to go to a 7.3. Going to bring that in ever so slightly and push that one all the way up this time. There we go. And again, nicely within tolerances across the board there. Run plans are done. We set the ERS to harvest to reduce the wear on that. We did it for Hamilton as well. So let's hit the track. Evening, Victor.
Green light.
Once again, we're seeing Valtteri's helmet in the cutscenes, which is a little annoying.
Radio check. Copy, loud and clear.
I think it just defaults to whoever's in car 1 is, you know, because of the way the helmets are coded. They're coded for the car rather than for the team or an individual driver. So I think that's why we keep seeing Valtteri's helmet on Hamilton in cutscenes. We are looking at replacing Valtteri for next season now, just to reduce the wage bill. I'm currently scouting Isaac Hadjar, who is out of contract with Red Bull at the end of this season. I think he would be an excellent replacement for Valtteri. Partnering him up with Lewis as Lewis starts to hit, you know, the decline of his stats, and Hadjar continues to improve. The two will kind of meet in the middle hopefully before the contract for Hamilton expires. Unless Hadjar really significantly improves. I don't want Hamilton to fall away too much in the last year or two of his contract. He is on a 3-year deal. We shall see how that goes. And then it will significantly reduce our wage bill as well. We should be able to get Hadjar, I won't necessarily say cheap, because he has improved since he signed for Red Bull, but a lot cheaper than Valtteri's wage, I would imagine. And that'll help bring our wage bill under control, because it is a little high. 42 million a season for Hamilton, 12.5 million for Valtteri, who is in the final year of his contract. I could negotiate that down a little bit, maybe to about 10.5, 11 mil, if I wanted him to stay on, but it would leave me in exactly the same situation I'm in now, where I'm paying way too much and not making any money each season. Or each month. So yeah, getting Hadjar in for next year would sort that out nicely, I think. Are there any promising youngsters who would be cheap but would level up really quickly? There are, potentially, but I want someone with one of the head models. I do have Hadjar has got a head model of the modded drivers. So Hadjar, Behrman, Antonelli, Doohan, Lindblad, who's the other one? And Bortoletto Hadjar's the only one, well, possibly Doohan as well. I'm not sure about Doohan, but Hadjar of the other 5 is, excluding Doohan, is the only one who's out of contract at the end of this year, and so won't have a big buyout fee. And is probably, and certainly in comparison to Doohan, is going to be the better option because he's a higher skill level. And I think slightly younger. Alright, let's speed them up, shall we?
Tire temps okay?
And try to keep the temperature on the tires.
Still the same.
Long term, I would still like to be able to put Logan in the car. He isn't ready. And I don't know if he'll ever be ready. But we can at least keep him improving to the point where if we do decide to release him, he might be able to get a seat somewhere else.
How does the car feel?
All right, we've got feedback from Valtteri.
Yeah, all
Let's
good from our
see
side
what he
here.
thinks.
Copy that.
It's not bad, 91%. Not bad at all.
Update.
Not so good for Hamilton, though. It's only good.
Feels okay.
Oh, it's 70%. That's not good at all. Do I call him in? I think I have to. No Pelot in 24. No, I think he's out of the database. There's no head model for him either. I mean, I could unretire him, but I would have to edit his stats because I think they've all been reset down really low. It's like Sebastian Vettel. He's in the database, but he's not. He's listed as a retired driver. All his stats are at 50. And all the voice lines have been stripped away as well. So it's kind of frustrating.
And stop on the marks.
If I had the right tools, I would make a monster database. But I don't have the experience yet, and I certainly don't have Photoshop, which is just so expensive these days. And I've looked, and the only method I've seen out there with a tutorial video showing the step-by-step process requires Photoshop. I haven't seen anyone posting a process without using Photoshop on how to edit driver and staff headshots and stuff, which is a real shame. I'd love to know how to do it and see if it's possible to use, other software that I don't have to pay through the nose for. Right, let's reconfigure Hamilton's car. Okay, that's too much, so let's bring that down. That is way off. So, and that's way off as well. So I'm going to go a little controversial here. I'm going to go all the way into a 6.4 on this one. Let's see. Let's push that up a bit there as well, so we get the gap there. Keeps that gap. That's quite a big gap, but could be right. That looks about right. That looks maybe about right. And let's see how we get on with that. Tyres will not do the full 42 laps now. No surprise there. But they will still do 34 laps. Let's send him back out and hope that those changes will work. Tyres are fired up in the window. That's encouraging for the softs and mediums. It's kind of reminiscent of last night with China. If the hard tyres are getting it up to temperature in practice, it means that the soft tyres with some management will go hopefully pretty well. So here's a really good visual indicator. Just going to pause for a second of what I was talking about the other day about the experience curve gain when it comes to track knowledge. If we go to prediction, you can see Valtteri got through that initial phase where he's at a low curve and then started to ramp up and hit that curve, which he's now on all the way through until we box him. Whereas Hamilton, you can see, had that little gain. Then we called him into the pits. Flatlined, obviously, while he was in the pits. Slow gain again until he hit about here. And then started to hit that bigger gain. And you can see that the difference in track knowledge gained is substantial. And yet, there's only 3 laps difference between the two. That's why whenever you want to do long runs... whenever you run rookies, you always want to have a long, uninterrupted run for the main driver to try and get their track knowledge up quickly. So Hamilton might hit around 40%-ish by the end of the session. Valtteri should get up somewhere around 60%. And there we go. We've nailed the car with Hamilton. So we've got a little bit of work to do with Valtteri, but we've nailed it with Hamilton. So he can stay out for the rest of the session, which he was going to have to anyway. But it does leave us just needing to make a couple of blind tweaks to Valtteri. Hopefully the car will be relatively easy to predict. Into the final couple of minutes.
What's the checkered flag?
There we go. Checkered flag has been reached, so Hamilton will potentially box at the end of this lap. No, he's going to go one more lap and then box. Valtteri will finish the lap he's on and then do his in lap. So you can see he's hit 60. We got up to about 44-45% for Hamilton in the end. Albon tops the timings. Again, practice doesn't really mean much. Norris's best time was set on hard tyres. 4/10 slower, so that's a good indicator of the pace there, potentially. Victor Martin was sitting in. Who were the other rookies were sitting in? Let's see. So Victor Martin in for George. Esteban Ocon is not, but Tim Tramnitz is. There we go. Sat in for one of the Audi drivers. Which one was it? Where is the other Audi? No, it's there. So he was sat in for Bortoletto. Wadsworth Warren. Now there's a name. I have no idea if Wadsworth Warren is a real or generated driver. I would have to think, because I've never seen that name before, quite possibly a generated, but we'll have a look, I think. Pablo Sanhueza in for Ferrari. Alex Dunn in for McLaren. Interesting stuff. So we're at 88% prep for both drivers based on setup and track knowledge, because their car parts is exactly the same. So in a very similar situation. That's pretty good. Let's get ourselves prepped and ready now for sprint quali.
Welcome everyone, qualifying for the sprint awaits us, and we're raring to get going.
All right. What do we need to change? The roll bar. I don't think that's going to be a 6.4 on this one either. So I'm going to go to an 8.2. Pull that back to a 2.7 again. And just tweak the front wing. Bring that back to there. So that gives me about 8% there. And that should give me the remaining 3%, 4%. I think we'll be good. Oh, parts. Need to swap the parts out, don't we? So, engine number 2. And gearbox number 2. Please be real. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a fake driver, but it'd be awesome if it is a real. Wadsworth is definitely going to be a male. It's very much a male name. A very old male name.
Four seconds. 3, 2, 1. Green light.
Occon's beating us out. We beat out Lindblad. Alright, Sainz still has a damaged part in his car. I remember when they first introduced the circuit in 2023, you know, this variant of it,
Track will be clear.
and the AI just
Good to go.
hit the brakes way too early and just coasted into that corner. It used to ruin it for me every time we went there until they patched it.
Clear, track clear. Mode push for last corner. Mode push.
My logos are good. Well, thank you. Yeah, they took a long time to make. At some point I may go back and actually make another one. It's been a while. Alright, Valtteri gets through unimpeded. We've definitely been struggling with some dirty air in that middle sector. You see Hamilton 4/10 quicker. So over a second slower than Ocon.
P2.
Hamilton goes P2 and he is considerably quicker.
You are P2.
Actually goes purple in the final sector. Alright, Max is looking pretty pacey in the first sector. Here comes Norris to close out his lap. This will put him top. Russell now with a blisteringly quick first sector. Norris sets the new pace ahead of Antonelli. George tucked up now behind Fernando Alonso. No, behind Yuki Tsunoda. Fernando Alonso's retired. And across the line, Russell only good enough for P6, just getting held up in the end by Tsunoda. Sainz crosses the line, P7. See how Leclerc's getting on. He's got a little bit of traffic to deal with. Up on Sainz in the first sector, but down in the middle sector. That's a few corners to go. Into the double left-hander. A mighty final sector puts Leclerc top. Let's see how we got on with the setup change. 99%. That's an easy fix as well. I should have left the toe at full 1. Never mind. We will adjust that after qualifying. Or after the sprint, sorry. I wonder if we can make it through with Hamilton. I don't think we can with Valtteri. Not on the evidence of that first run. Even if you take a little bit of time off his lap time for being held up in the middle sector and getting dirty air in the middle sector. Still not amazingly encouraging. I am actually going to send Valtteri early. Try and get him a little bit of clear air. Wait another 30 seconds to a minute for Lewis, I think. Ocon is out on an outlap again. At least he's behind us this time. and see if we can actually get a clean run with little to no traffic. Just 3 cars prepping at the moment. Everyone else in the pits or on the way back to the pits. If you're still around at the end of the race, Dino, remind me to scout for Wadsworth. We should get our report back on Hadjar once we come back from this Grand Prix, and then I'll send the scout out. All right, Antonelli, Sainz, and Piastri have all left the garage as well now.
Mode push. Good to go whenever you want.
Here comes a whole flurry of traffic just as Lewis is approaching the end of Sector 2. We get past one McLaren without too much issue. 27.5, it's an improvement for Valtteri.
Track is clear.
Oh my god, look at all that traffic coming out for Lewis.
For last corner.
Should have sent him at the same time as Valtteri. God damn it. Ugh. One of the Fittipaldis could be a good choice. No, we've got one of the Fittipaldis. He's our development driver and he's terrible. So not a good first sector for Hamilton. I don't think we've got any chance of getting through. And we haven't got time to get back to the pits and try again. So it's all down to Valtteri. Last couple of corners. He improves to P17. Goes just quicker than Hamilton. And I do mean just 0.005 of a second. Yeah, it doesn't really matter now if Hamilton improves in the rest of the lap because we lost so much time in the first sector. I don't think we can overcome that. Yeah, no improvement for Lewis. So we're out in Q1 in sprint quali yet again. Traffic conspiring against us. Let's keep an eye on Isaac. Potential signing for next season. Let's see how he does. Decent first sector. Not earth-shatteringly quick. He's not had a good middle sector. He's slower than Schumacher by about half a second at the moment, so it's not looking good for him. going to need a monster final sector, and I don't think he's going to get it. Yeah, he stays 18th. So, Gasly can make it through. Where's my cursor? There it is. Here comes Pierre Gasly. Gasly does improve up to P6, so that knocks out Iwasa, who is not looking like he's going to beat Ollie Behrman's time. And does not. He improves, but not enough. So Iwasa, Schumacher, Hadjar, Valtteri, Lewis, and Arvid Lindblad are the 6 drivers eliminated at the end of SQ1. Let's see who's stuck it on pole for the sprint, shall we? Oh, it's a McLaren front row, a Mercedes second row, Kimi from Oscar, George from Lando, then it's Yuki in P5, Max P6, Leclerc 7th, Ocon 8th. They're both Astons in the top 8. Then Albon and Behrman. Gasly from Sainz, Lawson from Bortoletto, Stroll, and then Iwasa. That's right, Magnussen and Stroll. And then Iwasa, Mick, Hadjar, Valtteri, Lewis, and Lindblad. That's your starting lineup for the sprint.
Well, it's a different format this weekend, with a sprint set to spice up today's events.
The prospect of bagging a few extra points is certainly going to spur these teams on to fight competitively and finish in the top spots.
All right, nothing to change. Gonna have to go mediums, I think. Softs, it's just too much. Or do I go with the hard tyres? I'd like to keep them in reserve for the race, just in case we get a safety car. So we'll go mediums. There we go. Not going to use any extra fuel. And let's send them to the grids. The sprint is next.
Away. It's the Singapore Sprint. And it's lights out, and away we go.
All right, Tsunoda splits the two Mercedes. Valtteri goes up the inside of Hamilton. Hamilton retakes the position now. Will he pull ahead? Still side by side, and I think finally Hamilton has taken the place. Yes, he has, finally. Now Lindblad's having a look. So, let's have a look at tyres. We've got Antonelli, Piastri, Norris, Leclerc, and Gasly starting on softs. Everybody else on mediums. Softs are absolutely going to need to stop again. I don't know if anyone on mediums will. Maybe a couple of the back markers will box for a set of softs later. we are going to go the distance and see if we can pick up a couple of points like we did last night. Which means keeping an eye on our tyre temps, making sure we don't burn through them too quickly.
He's 0.5 behind. Mode push. Yeah, copy.
Not sure if Valtteri is close enough to get the DRS. Does it open up? No, it doesn't. We go past George's favourite wall. Still makes me chuckle that somebody actually marked that as a place on Google Maps. I don't know if it's still there now, but it was straight after the Grand Prix. Back in, what, 2023 was it? Antonelli has tried to scramble away. Up to 2 seconds clear of Oscar. Tsunoda's still ahead of Norris. That might not last too much longer. And still no way forward for either of our drivers. I'm actually going to ease Hamilton down now.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
Understood.
And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
Yep.
Charge button on. Charge button on.
Yep.
Charge on.
Copy.
Slow
Oh,
down
Mick
now.
is making a move, or trying to, on Isaac Hadjar. Didn't get it done. Yeah, I did wonder what you meant by suspicious, Maicon. Is it Maicon or Macon? I'm guessing Maicon, but I might be wrong. Yeah, Enzo's a better shout than Pietro. Pietro is too long in the tooth now to ever develop into a good driver. He's doing simulator work for us, so helping to develop the car. Enzo is definitely a better shout to develop, but doesn't have the potential, I don't think, to really get up there, unless you go into the database and edit their stats, which is definitely something you can do on PC, but only on PC. Schumacher thinking about another look. Not really close enough to do much about it yet. We're just keeping our distance, recharging those batteries.
Energy is
Oh wow,
good.
Tsunoda has not only held off Norris, he's actually gone in front of George. Just pipped him at the end of this straight. Version of Michael in Portuguese. Okay.
And Bottas behind with DRS.
Copy.
All right, we are getting to the point where we can actually start to make some forward moves. So let's go into top up. Turn the battle assist on now.
Behind you we have Bottas.
We're going to start to see some stops soon, I think.
Charge on.
And the front runners on the softs haven't really pulled
Okay,
away
charge
enough.
on.
If they do have to stop, I mean, they could take those tyres to the end. But it'll be hard going for them.
And more energy available. Bottas DRS.
Yes, we got both cars in the points in the sprint in China. We got 6th and 8th. Nearly managed to repeat it in the race. We got 5th with Hamilton, but the points just slipped away from Valtteri at the end. I think he finished 13th in the end, but was running in 10th at one point. I think we're kind of stuck in a train here.
And charge button on. So deployed. And push.
I'm going to try and do something here. It's not looking like we're going to be on for points today. Just not able to make any forward momentum at the moment at all. It's not like it was in China where we could pick cars off pretty easily
Continue like this.
down that long back straight. It's just so much harder to overtake around here. And everybody is so close, tucked up behind Stroll. Yeah, it's just too much. We can't get really close. Can't even put any real sustained pressure on anyone, unfortunately, either. Oh, Sonoda's dipped. It's down to 6th place, having gone from up to 3rd, and he's slipping away. Has he cooked his tyres pushing so hard, maybe? Hamilton's out of battery.
Charge button on.
May as well go into harvest for Valtteri as well, just to save the wear and tear.
Copy. Charge on. Copy.
All right, let's turn our attention to the front. We've got a potential overtake opportunity here for Charles Leclerc.
Take care of the tires.
Softs have held up really well. I'm amazed we haven't seen one of them dive into the pits yet. There's two ways we could go about this. We could, and I'm tempted to do it, we could box, go onto a set of soft tyres for an undercut and just see if anyone else boxes, whether we can get an undercut and maybe get some traction that way, but we're not really doing anything here at the moment. I think I am going to do that, you know, because we're just sat at the back doing absolutely nothing here, so we might as well try something, just in case someone does stop.
And we are boxing this lap.
In the box is up.
Here's an opportunity. And Leclerc is alongside. Can he complete the move? Not yet, he can't. And George just has the grip and the line and shuts Russell down. Shuts Leclerc down.
Charge on. Oh yeah, copy.
So if we don't qualify well, I mean, the sprint won't be as bad because people will be pushing harder because they won't be trying to go all the way through on one set of tyres, but it just shows the potential for how bad our race could end up being. We're halfway through the sprint and there's been a little bit of movement at the front, but apart from that, there's been no taking anywhere.
Pick the pace back up.
So let's see if anyone actually boxes. If they do, they'll come out behind Hamilton. Well, depending on where they are when they box. Oh, look at that. We've got a safety car.
Safety car, safety car.
Antonelli's in the wall.
Charge on. Stay as close to 0 as you can. Copy. Do whatever you...
Just lost it and into the barrier.
I lost the car.
Don't think he was under any immediate pressure either. So big mistake there. So now we're going to keep Valtteri on track because we are probably going to see some pit stops in front of him.
Ten laps to go.
No management required. Copy.
And we need to look after the tires.
I'm expecting all the front runners to box, get off those
It's a
soft
big one.
tyres.
Okay. Debris on the track.
Some of the mediums will probably stay out, but I'm guessing a good chunk of them are going to box. I'm hopeful that the ones that are going to box are going to be right in front of Valtteri. Unfortunately, this does mean that
Currently, P4.
Hamilton is probably going to end up still
Car
stuck
in front
behind
is
people.
Russell. The car behind is now Sonoda.
Oh wow, the whole
There
field
are
is coming in.
9
Look,
laps remaining at the end of this one.
and we're avoiding all of this chaos in the pit lane. Valtteri's going to come out in P3,
What about tyres?
just behind Norris.
Yeah, for me, tyres are good.
Oh, why did I box Hamilton? If I kept him out, we'd be third and fourth. I don't think he's actually going to get past anybody here. I think he's going to come out of the back of the grid. And we get back in front of Iwasa. Whoop-de-doo.
Energies are good.
So we're exactly where we were. Just Valtteri's not behind us anymore. Oh, God. So the order has definitely shaken out badly for a couple. Lindblad's lost a few places. Russell lost a place, having to queue and then getting held. A bit of carnage in the pit lane. Leclerc lost out. Can I? Tyres are cold. It doesn't matter. We're limited on pace because of the safety car, so it doesn't really matter whether the tyres were up to temperature or not. We still wouldn't have gained any places. That safety car came out as we were boxing, so we had to do the entire outlap at safety car pace. If that safety car had either come in a lap earlier, or come out a lap earlier or a lap later, Hamilton could have gained, could either have stayed out and be in third or fourth place right now, third ahead of Valtteri, or he could have had a lap to push, and then the safety car comes out and we could have maybe jumped an extra couple of places. It's really not worked out at all for Lewis. It works out very nicely for Hamilton, for Valtteri, but we've now got to survive against a lot of brand new soft tyres. We're not going to hang on to third, I don't think, but if we can finish in the top 8, that's a win in my book. Right, is the safety car going to come in at the end of this lap? We don't have that grip advantage that I was banking on for Lewis either as well. So, again, it's going to be next to impossible to get him anywhere near the top 10, let alone the top 8 for points. All of our eggs are in the Bottas basket now.
From tyre point of view, we don't think lift and coast is necessary. Copy. Try to reduce curb use and it's unsettling the car. Yeah, copy.
No lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
Yep.
See, we can just bring the engine temps down a bit while burning off some of that extra fuel.
Understood.
Reduce the tyre wear a little bit by avoiding the curves as well. I'm guessing this then is going to be the lap that we come back in, so we're going to have 6 racing laps. How much extra fuel we've got on board. 3 kilos. It's about 1.7 kilos a lap, so we've got almost 2 spare laps of fuel on board now. Evening, Johnny. Should be getting the warning from the safety car any moment. And there it is.
Safety car in this lap. We may restart again next lap.
Understood.
Okay to push harder through 6 and 7 if you can.
So increase pushing status.
Mode push, please. Mode push.
Copy. Copy.
Right. Can we hang on?
Safety car has left the leader.
And can Hamilton gain any places?
You need to keep the cars behind you. Behind you. Okay, remember mode push.
Copy.
We need to try and stay with them, if at all possible. They can be so much more aggressive with their tyres than we can, because they all stopped and we
Norris
didn't.
ahead of you. There's progress to be made.
We're already slipping away from Norris and Piastri. Well, that's kind of irrelevant. It's whether or not we can keep everyone behind us.
And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
We need to do the full management on this set.
Actually, no, we don't.
DRS is enabled.
5 laps to go. We can keep the tyres like that.
Let's pick up the pace.
Charge button on.
Here comes Yuki. Can we hold him back? Just about.
Charge on. Copy.
Front two are already 4 seconds clear, look.
He does have DRS on you.
Max gets ahead of Albon, so Max into the points. Another look from Yuki Tsunoda, and this time I think he might get us.
So car behind is Russell. He's 0.5 behind. A long way to go.
He did, but he gave us the DRS. Can we take the place back?
Good job.
No. Hamilton's made an overtake.
Let's see what happened there. Now we're with Lewis Hamilton here. The opportunity begging to be taken.
Did the same as Tsunoda. Went around the outside of the first part
Up a place
to get the
into
inside for the
19th.
end of the lap.
I can't go fast.
Remember, long way to go in this race.
Just do the best you can, Valtteri. Not
Oh,
after
on.
miracles here.
Copy.
Just as many points as you can bring home. Tsunoda's a lost cause. But if we can stay fourth, that's 5 points.
So notice the next car. Just do your best.
And you can use all the boost bar.
Alright, George has been shut down again. Hamilton get past Schumacher.
There are 3 laps remaining, including this one.
Yes, copy.
And charge button on.
And this is where George gets us. So that's now 4 points for 5th. Can we hang
Close
on?
behind you.
Please don't let Leclerc through as well.
Do your best.
Just shut him down.
Still margin to push a bit harder through turn 6 and turn 12.
All right, Hamilton is closed in on the back of Hadjar now.
Race is long.
So we need to push.
Two laps remaining.
2 more laps.
Copy.
Ah, no. Come on, shut him down.
Might need to pick up the pace a little bit.
Ah, Leclerc's through.
Something I can do.
Continue, keep going.
Can we at least keep Max behind? He's got past Ocon. Ah, come on,
Car
don't
behind is Verstappen.
end up with not getting any points at all. That would be heartbreaking.
This focus is a long race.
Good job.
All right, we get past Hadjar.
Next time.
And tires are good to push.
Oh, that's a lunge and a half from Max, but he managed to keep him shut
Very
down.
happy with tyre management.
Yeah, copy.
So mode push.
Ah, no, come on. Max got the DRS as well.
About to start the last time lap.
Copy.
All right, we're in 7th place. We can afford to lose one more place and still get a point. But I'd rather we
Alright,
didn't.
Let's concentrate.
Hamilton almost gets past Stroll. And now he does. So that's P16 for Hamilton.
Yes, you are doing a good job. Keep doing the same procedure.
Now we should be able to take a look here. Right, let's have a look as we go into turn 4. The opportunity's there. And Lewis says, thank you very much.
Car behind is Ocon. Ocon 0.6 behind.
Right, squeaky bum time.
Use the energy.
Cool your tyres.
Copy.
Mode push, please.
Copy.
I think we've done enough. Or have we?
You need to keep your K1 usage.
This is
down
the
a
last
bit, otherwise
opportunity
you'll
for
run
someone
out
to
of
get
battery
past
and
us.
then you'll just be taken by everybody.
Copy that.
We've done enough. We're going to take 7th place. So that'll be 2 points for Valtteri.
What a wonder sprint. Oscar Piastri there with a stellar drive.
And that sprint win was well deserved. On to the Grand Prix now.
And just a reminder on garage.
That's the checkered flag, mate.
Okay, and checkered flag.
Here we go. It is 7th place for Valtteri. Hamilton takes 16th in the end. Not bad considering he was in 20th on the restart.
And well done, Valtteri Bottas. A points finish in today's sprint.
Plenty for them to think about and strategize. And certainly a good enough result for now.
So confirmation of the results of the sprint. It is a win for Oscar Piastri ahead of Lando Norris and Yuki Tsunoda. George down in 4th. Then it's Max in P5. Charles in P6. 7th for Valtteri. 8th And the final point for Esteban Ocon ahead of Alex Albon and Pierre Gasly. Sainz finished 11th, Behrman down to 12th, Magnussen 13th, 14th for Lawson, 15th for Bortoletto, 16th for Lewis Hamilton. Gained 5 places from where he started, but really unlucky with the timing of that safety car. If we had stayed out one more lap, we would have been ahead of Valtteri. Yeah. Lance, 17th, 18th for Hadjar, 19th for Schumacher, 20th for Iwasa, 21st for Lindblad, and Antonelli crashed, which brought out that safety car around the halfway point.
There's tension in the air today, so it must be time for qualifying.
Executing the perfect qualifying lap around Singapore comes down to absolute precision. The circuit needs high downforce and a good suspension to maximize grip on the bumpy street surface.
We're looking at McLaren here. Karun, how do you think their driver will be feeling today?
They had an excellent performance in practice, setting a solid lap time. They must be feeling confident. But confidence doesn't necessarily mean success in Formula One.
Well, we're certainly ready in the commentary box. The drivers are getting ready down in the pit lane, and it's time for qualifying.
Okey-dokey. Let's see. We can make a little tweak to Valtteri's setup to get him up to 100%. There we go. And let's get ready for main qualifying. We'll start on these scrubbed mediums. Just to get a base lap in.
Green light.
Damn it, Ocon pops out in front of one of my cars again. And we have an apologetic Kimi making his way onto the track.
Gap is good. You are good to go.
All right, start of the flying lap for Valtteri. We've got a couple of cars leaving the pits.
And track is clear, track clear. Start the lap.
Both get out of the way. Our times are not going to be quick because we are running worn medium tyres. But we're just looking to instill a bit of extra confidence into the drivers. Right, so it's a much better lap for Hamilton. He's up about 7/10 or so to Valtteri so far. So 132.0 for Valtteri. Let's see what Ocon does. 131.2 and Hamilton a 130.6. Wow, 1.4 seconds quicker. What about Antonelli? He's looking very quick. He's going to take the top spot away from us, that's for sure. But by how much? Seven-tenths of a second. I did actually put mediums on Hamilton, didn't I? Yes, I did. I thought so. That's a hell of a lap time from Lewis. Considering the compound and the condition of those tyres, they're under 70% now.
So limiter should be on now. Okay, so stopping on the marks.
Speed limiter on.
Not a good lap for Bortoletto. Must
And
have hit
stop
some
in front
traffic
of the
somewhere.
guys.
Oh yeah, look at that first sector. And the middle sector as well. He lost a second in the final sector to Yuki as well. 1.7 seconds there. 1.8 seconds there. And 1.3 seconds there. Yeesh. Just not a good lap at all. I'm going to go out for another lap on those tyres again. See if we can find anything else, and then we should be significantly faster, in theory, when we put new softs on. In theory. Doesn't always work out that way, and annoyingly. Alright, let's see what Sainz can do.
So watch out for the next car.
He is slow as well. So is Stroll. So a few cars getting some duff laps in at the start here. Alright, Lindblad. Somebody I was looking to sign, but it's tied up for another couple of seasons yet at Audi. I think he's got a 3-year deal. After moving from Racing Bulls at the end of the last season. Alright, here is a good lap time for Max in the offing. 27.5 in the opening sector. It's not a good lap for Lindblad.
Have no traffic issues.
So we have one McLaren set a lap. Piastri is leaving the pits to set his times. Both Mercedes are on track on their warm-up laps at the moment.
Wait for traffic. It will be mode push for last corner.
Valtteri into the first couple of corners. There goes Hamilton, just in front of the Ferrari boxing. There he is. And Max goes P3. And he's only less than 4/10 ahead of Lewis. And what I'm guessing were new softs. No improvement for either in the first. No surprise there. Oof, Norris with a blisteringly quick first sector. 27.0. That's what, half a second quicker than Max did in the first sector. No improvement for Valtteri in the middle. I don't think we're going to get an improvement on these tyres, but we should get a little bit of extra confidence in the drivers for completing a flying run. So a chance to sneak them both into peak confidence, and there we go. Valtteri, no improvement, but into peak confidence. Maybe a slight improvement on his sector time at the end. No improvement at all for Hamilton. He has not got himself up to peak, but he's not far away. Norris goes top with a very, very quick time. George goes P2, Leclerc goes P5, and Leclerc is a second off the pace of Norris. That's a mighty lap time from Lando. Lando was the 2025 world champion. Russell won it last year in 2026. And now the two of them are teammates in 2027. And Norris, I think, might be just ahead of George in the standings after that sprint. It's close between the two, very close. What can Oscar do? It's not a particularly good first sector. Middle sector's okay. Very good final sector. It's good enough to put him up to P5, but he's 9/10 away from Norris. 3/10 behind his teammate. No, 2/10 behind his teammate, sorry. And we are heading back to the pits.
Watch your speed in the pit lane.
And I'm going to send them early
Your box.
on the softs. As Schumacher is on his flying lap. Not a great first sector, 28.0. Stroll, much, much better, 27.1. Stroll is tucked up behind a Williams, I think, of Alex Albon. Yep, there's Albon. There's a warning on Hamilton. Oh no, wait, the red light was just because of the reconfigure. I thought it was a problem with the car for a second. So, let's get out nice and early. Schumacher rounding the final corner. He gets himself up to P13. Again, he's a long way off, look, 3.5 seconds off the pace.
Get everything as you want it to be for the start of the lap.
Copy.
Albon goes P3. Stroll up to P2 with that slipstream. And there's Hamilton slotting out right behind. Let's turn our attention to Valtteri. If we can get a clean run and nobody else can get a really good run, we have got a chance of getting at least one of our cars through.
So you're in a good position.
All right, we have got somebody coming up the pits. It's Iwasa. Oh, great. And Sonoda as well.
Gap is currently good. Low push, good to go.
Got a Mercedes leaving the pits. It's Norris. That won't be an issue for Valtteri, but it will be for Hamilton. Quick first sector for Bortoletto, 27.1, and Lindblad as well. 26.9 for Behrman.
Traffic. Charge button off for last corner.
.27.4 for Valtteri. And here's the traffic. Sonoda will pull out of the way, but we might have lost a little bit of time through dirty air through there. Here's Hamilton coming up to the back of the Mercedes. It gets out of our way nicely, but it could have been slightly better in the first sector. It is a couple of tenths quicker than Valtteri here. We've got Iwasa right behind us on his flying lap as well. And he's getting a slipstream, I think. Valtteri's found a little bit of time in the middle sector, but it's not enough. 38.0. What can Hamilton do? 37.6. That's a little bit better, but we're behind Hadjar at the moment. Valtteri improves to P13.
So you're P13.
Found about 1.5 seconds. Hadjar goes up to P6. Bottas is going to get knocked out. Come on, Lewis. Lewis goes up to P5, and I think we are safe.
So at the moment you are
I think we are safe with Lewis. Valtteri is staring down the barrel of an elimination here, though. Lawson's about to knock him out. Around the last two corners, up to the line for Liam Lawson, and he goes P5, and that eliminates Valtteri. Max is the car at risk, but he's about to improve. He goes P2. What about Gasly? Leclerc now in danger, but Leclerc's just starting a flying lap. He's tucked up behind Esteban Ocon. That might be a bad thing. He goes 26.8 in first sector. He got a mighty toe in the first sector, but it's the rest of the lap that's going to be the issue. Gasly goes P8, slower than Hamilton. Here is Charles Leclerc with Ocon right in front of him.
Make sure your limiter is on. Stop where the guys are at P1.
Sonoda is P8. So Hamilton quicker than Sonoda. Norris improves his time, retakes top spot from Behrman.
Speed limiter on. And we stop in front of the garage.
Russell with a mighty middle sector. Piastri's now going to be the car at risk. Iwasa's done. Second for Ocon, fourth for Leclerc. Wow, the track is really ramping up. Piastri is in trouble, but he is improving. Antonelli is going to get eliminated here. It'll be Sainz across the line next. Across the line for Carlos, he goes P11. Albon is the car at risk, but he is improving. Hadjar is in real danger of elimination, as is Bortoletto now. Magnussen's getting a nice little slipstream from the back of Piastri and Albon. So is Stroll. Stroll's already safe though. Piastri goes top. Albon goes P8. Magnussen is into 16th. He's not safe because Schumacher could possibly knock him out. He does. Schumacher improves to P10. So Magnussen, Bortoletto, Hadjar, Antonelli, Iwasa and Bottas eliminated at the end of Q1. Hamilton comfortable in the end, nearly a 10th clear and into Q2. What can we do in the next session? Let's start with a lap on these tyres. %, but quicker than those softs. Yeah, we'll do our first lap on these mediums again.
So now we have green light.
Get out early, so we set the opening time and go purple. It won't stay purple, but it will give us a big jump in confidence up to just about peak. And Max and Lawson making their way out as well. Do I like the high-tech lineup in F2, Browning and Beganovic? I didn't know Beganovic... Oh, no way, I'm thinking of Drugovic. Yeah, I said I didn't think Drugovic was allowed to race again. He's not, because he won the championship. I think Beganovic's chance of getting into F1 is gone. Same for Luke Browning. I don't think either of them are going to be able to make the step up. Hopefully they can do well and then get an opportunity in a different discipline. Maybe move across the pond to IndyCar. maybe Formula E, maybe WEC. But I don't see either of them making it onto the F1 grid. You've got to be a wonder kid these days to have even a sniff of getting onto the F1 grid in a race seat. Hear the lack of grip as we accelerated out of the chicane there. Just so long to get on the power. There's no grip left in those tyres at all. 132.0 is not a good time at all.
Stay negative on the dash.
But it has achieved the objective of getting us a lot of confidence very easily by setting purple sectors and then going top. Do we know which team Colton Hurt is going to be driving for next season? Has that been announced yet?
And speed limiter on.
Can stop in front of the garage. Straight out on those tyres. The track's pretty busy.
And we need a good warm-up on the brakes.
Understood.
That's a pretty good first sector for Albon as well. 26.8. Everyone gets out of Behrman's way. Oh, Albon's tucked up behind Piastri. That might be part of the reason why he looked pretty good in that first sector. Lost a bit of time through the middle sector against him. Behrman's gone top. So, up to the line for Oscar. He goes P4. Albon goes top. Norris looking mighty in that first sector. Lindblad's going to get a bit of a benefit for at least part of the lap. And Lewis now starting his flying lap. We're going to have Sainz and Ocon in the way. Or is that Sainz and Tsunoda? It might be Sainz and Tsunoda. Yeah, Tsunoda. And then Ocon and Albon. Piastri and Albon. Right, so Tsunoda's out of the way. There's Sainz. 27.2. That's not bad. Yeah, and we're on scrub tyres. 37.3 in the middle. So down a few tenths on Lindblad in the first sector, up in the middle sector. Lindblad, of course, got that mighty slipstream from Norris in sector 1. Getting slow on the exit of that chicane there. It's good enough for 10th.
At the moment we are P10.
Could we make it into Q3 for the first time ever? We've still got brand new softs to put on. These tyres definitely past their best now. Max is going to knock us down out of the top 10 here. Unless he has a really bad end to the lap. It's not the greatest of middle sectors for Max. And he doesn't improve enough. He just improves his time by a few hundredths. He stays 11th. We're still in the top 10 here. This is awesome. The Sainz goes back out for another lap. There's Lance Stroll exiting the pits. Oscar, Ocon, Russell and Behrman all on track starting a new lap as well. Lawson on a flyer right now. About halfway around the lap.
Will be pit limiter on. Stop in front of the garage.
New set of softs. Oh, God damn it. Gasly's going to get a tow. Right, here comes Lawson up to the line. Lawson improves to P12. So Lawson is out. He's not going to have time to do another lap. Max will have time to go out again. He's just getting back to the garage now. There goes Sainz to start his flying lap. Not overly concerned about the cars in front of us. It's the cars behind that I'm more concerned about. Sainz, Stroll, Gasly, and Tsunoda. Possibly Max. It'll probably be a very quick turnaround for Max. He's not coming out. He might not be coming out at all. I'm taking manual control here because I want to try and drop Gasly so he doesn't get a tow from me, given that he is trying to escape as well. Yeah, Max is out. He's not coming back on track. So Max Verstappen is out in P11. Lawson is out. That's all we know so far. Let's put on the ham cam. Sainz improves to 12th. Sainz is out. Which means it's not looking great for Stroll. Stroll is out in P15. That's a terrible first sector for Hamilton. God damn it, we're going to get eliminated on brand new soft tyres, aren't we? God damn. We put on new softs. We're out. We've been bumped. Yuki Tsunoda's gone top. Gasly's going to bump me. It's going to be 12th place. Find a little bit of time in the final sector, but it's not enough. Gasly improves to P7. We're out in 12th. God damn, so frustrating. We could go again. We're going to keep going. See if we can find an improvement on this lap. It's not good enough in the first again. Tyres are on fire right now. We got way too much extra fuel. And we're going to run out of battery at the very end of the lap as well. Unless we have a monster middle sector here, we're not going to improve. Leclerc is out in 11th. Yeah, middle sector's not really quick enough. I think that's it. I think we're done. We are going to run out of fuel before we make it back to the pits, I think. That doesn't matter. The session's over. There's nobody left to set a time. Yeah, no improvement. And we run out of fuel. That's going to red flag the session, but everyone's already set their times. So we're not going to affect anyone's run. Everyone's just making their way back to the pits. So close to actually making Q3. But 12th. That's a great qualifying position to start this Grand Prix in. Because overtaking's so hard. So we can just hang in and not lose any places in the opening laps. That sets Lewis up for a really strong run tonight. Let's see who sticks it on pole. It's Tsunoda. Tsunoda from George Russell. Piastri is in 3rd. Albon's 4th. Norris 5th. 6th is Gasly. Behrman is 7th. Ocon 8th. Lindblad's up in 9th. Schumacher in 10th. Wow, some big casualties. Look at that. Leclerc, Verstappen, Sainz, Antonelli, all massively out of position. Hamilton nicely up there as well, but that's a very unusual top 10. Both Mercedes are through. Piastri's through. But Lindblad and Schumacher starting in the top 10. That's a little bit of a surprise. Interesting stuff. All right. That's the end of qualifying.
Well then, it's not long until we get started here, and we should be in for a tightly contested race.
The walls around Singapore force the cars close together, and even the best can waver in the tight spaces. Back in 2011, we saw Lewis Hamilton clip Felipe Massa as the two battled it out. There were certainly some words exchanged after that one, as I'm sure you recall.
Singapore streets are a constant challenge for drivers, where one lapse in concentration can easily see them hit the wall. Downforce is the name of the game here, and teams will need to add as much as possible to gain an advantage. Race day has arrived, and the time has almost come for these drivers to fight it out, wheel to wheel.
All right, I don't think there are any penalties, but let's have a look. Yeah, no penalties to be applied to anybody. So, what are we going to do? I think we might be looking at something like this as our optimal strategy. For Hamilton, we're going to start on the mediums. And then we're going to go soft. He has better tyre wear, so it'll be even easier for him to make that strategy work. We'll have a nice long run in that opening stint. And we can always put on a second set of mediums here if we need to. We are going to take a lot of fuel out. So 1.7 kilos per lap. We're going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 laps of fuel out. Because I do think we will get a safety car at some point. We are set. Strategies are chosen. Tyres are on the car. Fuel loads have been sorted. We are ready. Let's send them to the grid for the start of the Singapore Grand Prix.
Final checks are being carried out by the teams, and it won't be long until we get this race underway. Yuki Tsunoda will be hoping things go his way today.
They've got a fantastic opportunity starting on pole, but can they carry it through to the end?
And it'll be exciting to see just what will happen here today. We're just moments away from the Singapore Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
All right, Hamilton tried to make a move on the Ferrari, couldn't in the end, but does cover off Verstappen. Oh, someone's in the wall. That was Sainz hitting the wall, I think. Oh, no.
Yes,
Iwasa is out.
Yes, we have. We've had a crash. What happened there?
I heard the thunk.
Now here we are tackling turn 3. Oh, that's where they hit the wall. Now I imagine their confidence will have taken a knock.
A huge chunk of that wing missing. So let's immediately turn down the tyres, the fuel,
Take care of the tires.
the battery.
And charge button on.
Understood.
Go back to doing lifting coast now.
And we've got a safety car. We've had a crash at the back. Oh no, don't be Valtteri. Valtteri's been hit.
Car in the wall.
It's a red flag.
Are you okay?
Hadja.
Go on.
Red flag.
It's the Red Bull driver. Clearly unable to
Oh,
take
he
evasive
hit the
action.
wall and
But that's
bounced
not what
into
they would have had in
Valtteri.
mind when they woke up this morning. And for the crew watching on in the
That was a
garage,
very strange
it really
accident.
must have been a hard one to take.
And that's immediately going to relieve some of the fuel that we underfueled by. Ooh. I think no changes. Car parts. Swap the front wing. Hopefully nothing else is damaged. Hamilton. I was thinking about maybe going on to another set of softs, but I don't know if I could make that work. I've got 3 sets. You know what? Screw it. We're gonna gamble on this. We can always go on to a set of mediums at the end if we need to. But let's see if we can just go soft tyres to the end of the race now.
Our race here resumes as we get back underway. And it's
Right, as
lights
always,
out, and away we go.
we need to quickly react to this. Evening, Farah. Oh, we do have additional damage with Valtteri. Side pod damage. Oh, wow. Side pod damage is rare. So that's possibly the worst circuit to get the side pod damage, because this is a race where the engines are going to overheat in dirty air. All right. We're ready.
You can push.
So we've got ahead of Schumacher this time. Can we stay ahead? No penalties in the incident between Hadjar and Bottas.
And take care of the tires.
Understood.
Slow down now.
Okay.
Okay, battle mode push.
So what's that actually going to do
Charge on.
for Valtteri? Cornering speed and engine cooling. Yeah. Cornering speed's the problem. I mean, it's not going to affect our acceleration or our ability to follow in dirty air, but it's not ideal.
And we need to increase pushing status.
So a few cars have switched tyres. We stayed on the same tyres for Valtteri, but we changed his front wing. That's why it's registering a pit stop. Bortoletto changed his tyres. Hamilton changed from mediums to the softs. Lindblad's changed tyres. Behrman, Albon and Russell have changed tyres. Everyone else stayed as they were. You would have done a little jig if you'd been here on time, Farah, for the sprint. You want to get to about lap 8 of the sprint and then watch from there.
Charge button on.
Yep.
So we're going to kind of leave Valtteri to his own
You're
devices.
doing a good job on tires. Keep it like this.
His race is already compromised because of that damage to his car. Hamilton we're going to micromanage the shit out of to try and stretch these soft tyres as far as we possibly can. And keep them in the temperature window. They've just dipped out, but we're still in the dirty air. I'm looking to make a move on Ocon here. So we're going to be constantly just tweaking his tyre pace setting, trying to stretch them as much as we can. You couldn't see anything of it. All right, I'll give you the rundown. Basically, somewhere around lap 8, 9, 10, I came to the decision that we're stuck. Some cars are possibly going to stop. We're not making any progress from where we are. I boxed Hamilton to put on a set of softs with a plan to box Valtteri the following lap. And the second I boxed Hamilton, Antonelli put it in the wall, brought out a safety car. Everybody stopped except for Valtteri, who ended up P3 behind the safety car. And if I hadn't boxed Hamilton, I'd have been P3 and P4 with Hamilton ahead of Bottas. As it was, Hamilton stayed at the back of the grid and was P20 out of 21 runners, although I did manage to fight him up to 16th. Hamilton, missing out there, unfortunately. Valtteri managed to hang on for 7th for 2 points.
Take care of the tires.
But I figured I didn't have anything to lose because we weren't able to get any position gain at all. We were just stuck in a train. Couldn't get close enough in the dirty air to actually effect an overtake. So I gambled, hoping that somebody would stop. And if they didn't stop, we'd still be roughly where we were anyway, just maybe 1 place back, 2 places back, still nowhere, effectively. And then, of course, the second I boxed, the safety car came out. So Tsunoda still leads from Oscar Piastri. You just see Lindblad and Ocon going side by side in front of us there. Did I see the Nordic Horizons announcement? No, I didn't. I've actually been completely out of the loop on the trucking games for a while. Of November. All right, we are shaping up for a look at the back of Lindblad here. And that is the position taken.
More energy
That's
available.
P10 for Hamilton. Got the run up the inside into turn 1. Pushed him out wide at turn 2. And did a little whoop for Farah at turn 3. All right, next up, Ocon. Not really sure if switching over to the softs was the right call for Lewis. I was expecting more of these guys on the softs behind to change to mediums or hards under that red flag. And they didn't, so they're going to undercut us. Pretty much everybody behind, with the exception of Valtteri, is going to undercut Hamilton. But if we've got good enough pace, which at the moment we seem to, we can hopefully gap some of those cars so that the effect is neutralised a bit.
And just a reminder on garage.
Still got a fair bit of fuel saving to do. You can see the temperature for Valtteri starting to skyrocket.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
Thanks to that damaged side pod. I'm very tempted to just retire Valtteri, but I need the money. This is the thing. I desperately need the money. This is thermal damage that we're applying to our brand new engine. But I absolutely, desperately need the money from the sponsors for finishing in the top 18. So, got to keep him out. Ocon gets ahead of Charles Leclerc.
Charge button on. And take care of the tires in high speed.
Well, Sainz has finally escalated the issue on his car.
I cannot move. Something is strange.
I think that's engine. I'm not sure. But that fault's been knocking around in that Ferrari for a couple of weekends now, so it's finally gone orange in wear, so that will get swapped out for the next event now when we go to Baku.
And we need some lift off.
I've never watched a race at Macau before. I know it can be a nightmare for yellow flags and safety cars. It's like Monaco on steroids, I think, isn't it? Macau. Bortoletti gets past Sainz. He's really starting to struggle.
At the moment we are P10.
Ocon having a look at Behrman, and looks like he gets through.
Charge button on, charge button on.
Oh, excuse me. I did see news that Steam are releasing their new home console. I haven't seen the specs, but I know it's been optimized for streaming, although you can still download and play on Steam OS. Antonelli past Sainz now, so Sainz is really going to struggle. Valtteri is dropping back, but that's because I'm pace saving to keep the temperature in his car down. Now Magnussen gets past Sainz, so with 2 cars out, Sainz really struggling. Valtteri is currently on for P19 as things currently stand.
Try to look after the tires.
Understood.
Sainz and Magnussen still fighting.
Deployed.
Understood.
Maybe it's not engine, maybe it's battery. Oh, Behrman's in the wall.
Yellow flag.
Is that going to be a safety car or a VSC perhaps?
There's a crash.
Oh, he's so very nearly hit the back of Esteban Ocon there.
As for the team back in the garage, that was a tough moment to watch.
Oh, he has got going again. So some substantial front wing damage there for Ollie Behrman. And he won't have done his hard tyres any favour. Either, for that matter. Leclerc is under pressure.
No lift off needed. You are doing a good
See if
job.
we can get him.
And try to increase pushing status.
lot this lap. Let's continue doing a little bit of saving. Looks like Leclerc's closing back up to Ocon, so we'll wait, bide our time, protect the tyres, recharge the battery, keep the engine temps down. Behrman stayed out, so he didn't dive into the pits. He might change that front wing at his next pit stop. He'll certainly be quicker at that point. Let's up Valtteri's pace a little bit.
Push. Copy. If you are able to increase pace, it would be a good time to do it.
Let's see if we can get an undercut here with Valtteri, get him some proper clear air. Which means we'll hang on to that battery and save it for when he does stop.
Copy.
Energies are good. And charge button on.
We don't need to worry about management on these tyres, just push it.
Schumacher putting us under a little bit of pressure. Not overly concerned just yet.
At the moment we are good.
Understood.
It's tight, but I think I can just about get away with it.
And you can use all the boost bar.
Boxing this lap. We don't think we need any lift and coast. Copy.
Oh yeah, side pod damage, isn't it? I can't change the front wing because I've already done that.
We'll box this lap, please.
Okay, box.
Let's have mode push. Yep.
Still not sure whether or not I should go on to mediums instead of staying on softs for Lewis. We absolutely have a chance of points here. I just don't want to mess it up. Yuki's into the pits. Anyone else stopping? Not yet. Medium's going on. In comes Valtteri for his stop. Here's a possible stop strategy. If I can get to there, mediums won't make it like that, but maybe like that. It is quicker, considerably quicker. Let's see if we can hang on. Maybe go for hards. I don't know yet. It's a difficult one to judge, but we will go mediums if we don't go hards. I mean, the other option is going medium. Why are we changing the front wing again? I didn't tell him to do that.
You're in clearer.
We changed the front wing under the pit stop. Under the red flag. That's so weird. Behrman is in as well. Looks like he was getting a wing change too. And now we've got a chance for Valtteri to try and get an undercut. Hamilton's just about got back in range of Ocon and Leclerc, which is good because we're out of battery now. Can we stay there? That's the question.
Charge button on.
Looks like we can.
Tsunoda's struggling.
Look after the fault.
And as far as we can tell, they've got a fault with the car.
Thank you for that incisive technical breakdown there. Tsunoda's all the way down in 16th place, and he's going to be stuck in traffic for a while. It's Piastri and Norris are squabbling over the lead. Stroll's into the pits. I'd like to think Valtteri will get out in front of him. But I don't think he will. No, he won't. Evening, madman.
Charge on.
Copy.
All right, there goes Ocon into the pits.
Charge button on.
Yep.
Magnussen in as well. There is K-Mag in the background. Set of mediums. And a set of hards for Magnussen. Speaking of hards, Valtteri's tyre's not at the temperature yet. This is lap time. 1:35. It's not bad.
Charge
Wasn't quite quick enough. We lost the DRS, but hopefully we'll get it back. Right, into the pits for Pierre Gasly.
Tires are ready.
Norris and Piastri still side by side. Medium's going on. Sainz is in the pits. So we need to get out in front of Sainz. I don't know if we're going to or not, but we kind of need to.
Charge button on. Charge button
That's
on.
a decent stop for Ferrari. Medium tyres. And I don't think we are going to get him. Yeah, Valtteri's only just rounding the final corners now. Ah, it's frustrating. There is Valtteri. Right behind him. Got an opportunity to try and get through.
Okay, remember mode push.
Okay.
We've lost the back of Charles Leclerc. I need to make a decision what I'm going to do with Lewis here. Do I try for the one stop? The fact the Valtteri's tyres still haven't got up to temperature is a slight concern for me. There's Max boxes from behind us. We've just about got back onto Charles again. Track is a little bit cooler, but I mean, oh, excuse me. Ocon sets a new fastest lap. The softs overheat at normal push, and the mediums do as well if you don't pay attention to them. So there we go. His tyres have finally fired up. How much of that is down to being in the dirty air of sights or not, I don't know. It's going to be a painful afternoon for Valtteri.
We need to do more lift and coast. Please increase by 10%.
Yeah, copy.
Oh, the track temperature will fluctuate throughout the Grand Prix. It'll keep getting hotter and cooler and hotter and cooler. Decisions, decisions, decisions. I think I'll play it safe. There goes Leclerc.
Use the energy.
Yep.
See if I can undercut him. Or overcut him, sorry.
And box.
Oh, wow. Everyone's piling into the pits. Oh, we have to box this lap. Hard tyres. He's getting held for all the other cars coming in. That helps. Come on, I need an excellent lap here from Lewis.
No
Haven't got much
lift
grip
off
left on the
immediately.
tyres though.
You are doing a good job.
Understood.
At least Leclerc's going to be under a little bit of pressure, trying to warm those tyres up. I just don't want Mick to get through. If Mick gets through with those softs, he'll take off. Behrman gets past Valtteri. Just having to nurse Valtteri's car with the damage to the side pods.
I can't keep on with
His
them.
engine temps are going to skyrocket if we're not careful.
Remember, long way to go in this race.
I still may retire him, but I really don't want to do that if at all possible. Right, critical stop here. Can we get out ahead of Charles Leclerc? It's such a slow, long pit lane. It's a good stop. 2.12, that's our quickest ever stop. Now, can we get out ahead? There is the Ferrari, and there is Schumacher. We nip our way through past Schumacher. We do give up position to Leclerc. Let's get these tyres fired up as quick as we can so we don't lose a place.
Charge one. Use ERS.
Understood.
And we need to look after these tires.
Understood.
All right, Lindblad boxing from P6. He will come up behind us.
Just take care of the tires for the moment.
Soft tyres.
Good job on tires.
We are dropping away. Max was able to undercut us as well. Still in the points though, and still a long way to go. "39 laps to go, including the one we're just starting." Would be easier if we weren't having to defend from Schumacher.
So increase pushing status
See if we can get onto the back
and more energy.
of Charles
available.
Leclerc.
Charge button on, charge button on.
Yep.
So, lap 25. Piastri leads from Lando Norris and George Russell, the three of them nose to tail. And then it's about 7.5 second gap back to Albon. Tsunoda is unfortunately struggling a little bit at the moment. He's down in 5th. And it's Gasly from Ocon, Verstappen, Leclerc and Hamilton. Schumacher 11th, ahead of Magnussen, Lawson, Antonelli, Bortoletto in P15. 16th for Stroll, 17th for Lindblad, 18th for Sainz with some serious wear on his car. 19th for Behrman with some structural damage after his collision with Valtteri. And Valtteri 20th with side pod damage. Pace not great at the moment, but we're not pushing him hard to keep the engine temps under control where we can. 2 retirements, Isaac Hadjar and Ayumu Iwasa. Both bringing out a red flag on lap 1 or 2. Lap 1. We have a new fastest lap for Arvid Lindblad at 132.1. And we are almost back in range of Charles Leclerc.
So deployed.
Suggests that you can reduce the amount of lift and coast at turn 1. Copy.
Just trying to get into DRS range if I can. We need to be saving some of this tyre. But right now I need to push and get close. I don't mind overheating Hamilton's new engine because he's actually fighting for something, you know, for points. Just can't get close enough. Maybe through the corners we've got a chance. Stamp on the accelerator, use the battery, try and get close again. Just getting the slipstream is going to be important at this point. Just need to survive long enough to get close so that we can pick DRS up at the start of a lap. And we're almost there. We're out of battery again.
And charge button on, charge button on.
But this time we did get the DRS. So now we should be able to stay with him, I hope,
Lift and coast.
while we calm the car back down again.
And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
Yep.
So we need to push.
Come on, don't drop me again. Ah, you bastard.
And We are happy with what you are doing on tires. Good job there.
At some point, I'm going to have to abandon my... yeah, I'm not going to be able to get back on them again. I've got to protect the car now.
Lift off needed. And charge button on. Charge button on.
All right, Oscar finally boxes from the lead. And Schumacher is about to take 11th place, or 10th place from us. There he goes. We'll just have to stay close to Schumacher where we can. Hard tyres going on, so Piastri is going for the one stop. He will feed out right behind Esteban Ocon.
Tire phase update when you can.
That's still good.
And charge button on.
Gonna get dropped again, look. Oh my god. So annoying.
And charge button.
Oh no, we just hung on. But I have to get these tyre temps under control because we've been pushing those tyres very hard, as you can see, against the prediction. Now Norris is in. So George put those hard tyres on at the pits, sorry, at the red flag, I believe. Hard tyres now going on for Norris. Norris going to the end on those. There goes Gasly. Here comes Ocon on Piastri. And Magnussen boxes from behind us on hards. So yeah, George changing his tyres there at the red flag, as did Albon. So those two will probably put on probably put on either a set of softs or mediums a bit later on. Let's see, where is Magnussen? There he is. So he only did 13 laps on those tyres. No, 11 laps even. Wow. Only 11 laps. We've got about 2.5 laps of fuel to save. We are just starting lap 31. So we're almost at the halfway point now.
Next car in front is
It'll be the halfway point somewhere around about here.
1.7. Gap to him 4.4. And tires are okay.
Understood.
Mode push, please. Mode push. Copy.
A little bit more fuel saving needed. What's my target this year? Target from the board is to finish in 7th. But we also have the long-term objective due this year as well, which is to score points in 12 Grand Prix. Oh, it's a slow stop from George, but he puts on another set of hard tyres. Didn't think he had 2 sets. And he comes out behind Verstappen. It's going to be tight with Leclerc. There is Leclerc. He gets out just in front of him. Antonelli's pushing. Try and hunt down Lewis, who's slipped a little bit further away from Schumacher. But we need to start doing some fuel saving. So, needs must. We're still in contention for points. New fastest lap for Kevin Magnussen at 131.7 on those soft tyres. We are currently 8th in the constructors at the moment. Although we picked up some extra points again in the sprint, 2 points from Valtteri. That'll help, and then whatever we can get from Hamilton tonight. We can just keep chipping away. One's out. It's a VSC. That changes strategy. Now we're going to box Lewis. And go to the end on those. What about Valtteri? It's too early for Valtteri that way, but we can go soft. So let's do that. So, big shame for Alex Albon. He was on for a chance of a podium tonight. Oof, that's a huge hit. That's big engine damage done to that car.
It's not going the way the team had hoped today. That is for sure.
Got to hope for their sakes that they hadn't put a fresh engine in recently.
Virtual safety car deployed. Stay positive.
Understood.
That's terrible, absolutely terrible.
All right, are we going to see anyone else taking advantage of this VSC?
Albon went off.
Okay.
Debris on the track.
It's another 2.1 second stop.
So at the moment you have P15. Behind we have Sainz.
So we get out ahead of behind Sainz, ahead of Behrman.
30 laps to go, 3-0. Next guy in front is Sainz.
2.20 for Valtteri. So we've got a really good chance of getting both cars into the leaderboard tonight. Am I stopping again? I am with Valtteri, but not with Lewis. Lewis is going to the end now.
30 laps remaining.
You think Bogdanovic is a skilled driver? Yeah, I'm not disputing that. I just don't think he's going to get his chance in Formula One. Or at least not with Ferrari at any rate. If they're going to bring anybody across, it's going to be Behrman from Haas. He is their long-term replacement for Lewis and or Leclerc, if Leclerc gets too pissed off and decides to call it quits with Ferrari. So, we are P16, going to the ends now. A lot of the cars in front of us will be stopping again.
VSC ending. Copy.
Energies are good.
Yep. DRS is enabled.
No lift off.
Do I think Max can still win? What you mean, the championship this season? Yeah, I do think he has got a chance. Because Norris has been wildly inconsistent. I mean, when he's on form like he is right now, he's insanely quick. But he is a driver who very much drives on his emotions. When he has a bad race, it affects him not just for one race, but usually for the next 2 or 3 as well. He gets himself into a bad headspace very quickly. So, who knows? I mean, Max has got that experience as well of leading a championship and winning and chasing to win a championship. So, he's used to that kind of pressure. You know, there's a reason why he's a 4-time world champion. Lawson into the pits. Under full racing conditions, he will come out behind Hamilton. So that's Hamilton back up to P15. Let's get those tyres up to temperature. Norris has not won a title before. He was kind of chasing for a while last season, but was never really looking like he was going to win it. This season, you know, he was under a lot of pressure from Oscar. He had massive confidence drops. His pace suffered dramatically. Now Oscar's going through that. Max has not had the car, but he's always had that self-belief. And now that the car's working for him again, he's pumping in the results. So, yeah, I think it's possible. I think it's still more likely than not going to be Norris. I don't think Piastri is going to be able to get himself close enough again. But yeah, you can never rule out Verstappen. All right, new fastest lap. First for Piastri, then for George Russell, a 1:31.7 for Piastri, a 1:31.3 for George.
Doing a good job on tyres.
Yep.
And let's go hunting after Carlos.
You can use all the boost bar.
Magnussen with the fastest lap now, 1:30.9.
Gaps to Sainz in front, 1.8. Continue, keep going. And we need to take care of these tires.
Magnussen and Behrman going side by side. Magnussen is through. Behrman doesn't want to let him get through, but he's not going to have a choice in the matter. And again, Behrman is someone I absolutely would have signed for next season to replace Valtteri if he wasn't locked up with a new contract at Haas. All right, here we go. Chance to get past Carlos. I want to do this on the next DRS zone, not this one.
And we need you to take care of the tires. And tires are good to push. Use the energy.
Up the insides. And that move is done. There we go. P14. And some extra confidence for Lewis. And a little whoop as well.
We should slow down.
All right, Gasly's into the pits.
Understood.
This might be his final stop. He will get out in front of us. He's too far ahead. And let's see what tyres he throws on. Hard tyres, so that'll be him to the end of the race.
Mode push, please. Mode push. All good.
There we go. We've got a nice little lead over Sainz now. Nearly 2 seconds. Lindblad up next. He definitely needs to stop again. I think Stroll needs to stop again. Norris and Piastri are going back at it again. Those two both going to the end, but Tsunoda will need to stop. Russell currently stuck behind Ocon, who again is going to need to stop again, I think. Little look from Lando, just letting Oscar know he's there. And speaking of Tsunoda needing to box, he is in. Now let's see where he's going to shake out. He'll come out somewhere around Gasly and Bortoletto. Schumacher's in. Now we will get back in front of Mick. Here comes Gasly. It's going to be tight. It's going to be very tight with Gasly. There is Gasly. Mick is out in P17, just behind Ollie Behrman. So back up to P13, and we're closing in on Lindblad at 2 seconds a lap. He's going to be boxing soon.
Got to him 2.0.
Sainz and Magnussen fighting. Magnussen is through. But he will not be going to the end. He will have to stop again. And I'm just hoping for another retirement.
We are good for the moment.
For Valtteri's sake.
Understood.
Because I don't think we're going to get it any other way into P18. I don't think we've got a chance to get past Ocon here. Hard tyres.
Charge on.
There goes Lindblad into the pits. Antonelli's in as well. Those two we will jump. We might just get Ocon here. It's going to be tight. Oh, not quite. Not quite. But our tyres are up to temp. His are not. So we should hopefully get close. Right, Stroll. How long's he been on his tyres? A while. I don't think he'll be able to go the distance. I'm expecting Stroll to stop again. So we are definitely in the hunt for at least a point today. Bottas P18 ahead of Lindblad. Lindblad will go to the end, I think, though, on those tyres. We do need to stop again. Charles is in. We should be able to get past Charles here. Mediums for Leclerc. Look for Leclerc. There he is. We are through on Leclerc.
Ocon in front. Continue like this. ERS.
Understood.
Can we get the move done on Stroll? He's got DRS as well. Can we get him on the brakes? Oh, nearly. But we have got more grip. We go around the outside of him. Oh, that's lovely. It's P9.
Behind you we have Magnussen.
That's the same angle we've just seen. I'll spare Farah the whoop. Don't know if we can get back onto Ocon before he gets past Bortoletto. I hope we can.
And just a reminder on DRS.
Looks like Bortoletto might need to stop again then, given his current pace. Maybe even Verstappen as well. Max is not looking too quick. Right, Bortoletto has been overtaken.
Charge button on, please. And we need to increase lift and coast.
New fastest lap for Antonelli. Behrman boxes. We're close enough, we should get him into braking here. Maybe. Maybe not. So Valtteri currently in 17th, but still on paper 19th.
Charge button on. Be careful on traction.
Bortoletto pushing hard. I think he might be about to hit the pits. No, he's going another lap. It's cost us a lot of time to Ocon. Look, Ocon's now 3.5 seconds clear.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
And we are through.
And we need to increase pushing status.
Now we can see what happened. Now we're watching the action closely here.
Riding with the ham
They
cam.
squeezed by,
And yeah, just pushed him off.
and as a result, 8th place is theirs.
So that's 4 points we're sitting on with Hamilton right now. We're now 4 seconds behind Ocon. But given the pace of Aston tonight, I don't think we were going to catch and pass him anyway.
Tyre temps are good. Copy that. Okay.
Gasly, we're not going to get... There is still that possibility that Max might need to stop again, but he's a long way ahead of us, so we can afford to stop and probably get out in front of us. I don't know, actually. I'm looking at the wrong car. I'm looking at car 17, car 8. It would be tight. If he boxed, I think he would come out behind Hamilton. His pace isn't great either. The second we get back into clear air, we go a second and a half quicker than him. Magnussen's in again. And so is Carlos.
You could save less.
Medium tyres and a decent stop there. And is that softs? Yes, it is. Soft tyres for Carlos. Right, let's keep an eye on Verstappen. As I say, he's coming under a lot of pressure from Tsunoda, and Tsunoda actually gets through just as I was about to switch. Staying out. Maybe he is going to try and go to the end on those tyres, but he's going to struggle for pace. Stroll is in. And Max has already been dropped. Let's take a look at his sector times versus Hamilton. So he lost a couple of tenths in the first sector. as soft tyres go on for Lance Stroll. Middle split coming up for Max, 39.8. Let's see what Lewis does when he gets there. .38.6. So he's about half a second up this lap. And across the line for a 1:34.6. Oh, no, wait, it's a 39.8. So he's 1.2 seconds slower in the middle sector. 25.1 in the final sector. It's 1:31.9 for Hamilton. He took 2.7 seconds nearly out of Max on that lap. What's the gap? Gap's about 15, well, less than that. It's just over 14 seconds. So if he doesn't box, we'll catch him.
Cool your tyres.
Copy.
And Gasly gets past Verstappen. And the gap's now just, what, less than 13 seconds. It's nearly 12 seconds. It is 12 seconds. It's coming down leaps and bounds. So we're looking good for 7th, as long as we can stay ahead of Charles Leclerc. Who is going to be quick on those mediums. Antonelli gets past Bortoletto. Antonelli up to 11th. Here comes Valtteri for his final stop. Did he just get blue flagged? No, he was just very slow out of that corner. He got overtaken by Lindblad earlier in the lap. We held him off as long as we could. Into the pits. 2.3, that's our slowest stop of the day.
Clearer.
Right, we still need to do a little bit more fuel saving with Hamilton. Let's do that now.
Need you to increase lift and coast.
Understood.
And that is us coming out right behind behind George. So we've got a nice little gap to Yuki Tsunoda. We've got brand new soft tyres, so hopefully we can stay with George here. And maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to close back up on one of these guys. I'm hoping that someone else is going to need to stop, but I don't think anyone who is within striking distance is going to need to. Valtteri now has a fuel surplus. Track temperature's dropped quite dramatically. It's 32 degrees. .15 laps to go. There is Charles Leclerc, who's hunting us down. We are currently in 8th place, but lapping quicker than Max. Gap to Max is 10 seconds. We're still sitting nice and close to George. Don't want to sit too close though.
Tyre temps look good.
Because that's going to push our engine temps through the roof. We might actually try and need to punch our way past George here, if we can. It's going to be tricky to do. I need the track temp to come up a little bit. Otherwise, I'm going to have to start pushing Hamilton's tyres to keep them in the window. Ocon gets past Max. We're now just 8.5 seconds behind Verstappen. Leclerc less than 3 seconds behind us. There he is, getting closer. Bortoletto is in, but he's a long way ahead of Valtteri. And soft tyres going on for him. Yeah, we need to punch our way past George, I think.
Mode push now.
Yep.
No more lift and coast.
Copy.
You've got the pace. You can do
We
this.
might not be able to do this. We might just keep getting blue flagged.
Copy.
Cool the car.
Copy.
That's not going to let me through. Damn it.
Yep.
Means I'm going to have to fuel save. Actually, I don't need to do, just to make sure that the engine doesn't melt. Max is in the pits. Soft tyres on for Max. We're in P7. Now instead of chasing, we're being chased. It's a shame we couldn't get the overtake done on track for the extra bit of confidence. It would have been nice to get back into very high confidence again, but as long as we can hold on to 7th, keep Leclerc behind us. Twelve and a half laps to go.
No management required.
Copy.
Leclerc is getting closer and closer and closer.
Understood.
Still need a retirement.
At the moment, P7. Ocon in front.
I don't think anyone else is going to stop that's in range and striking distance for Valtteri. And we're too far behind Bortoletto for him to be blue flagged towards us. We're doing George's pace.
Charge on.
And Bortoletto just set a new fastest lap. He's going a lot quicker than George. So yeah, unless someone retires, Valtteri is not going to get the money for finishing in the top 18. Hamilton now just 1 second ahead of Charles Leclerc, who may actually have DRS here. Yes, he does. Still not done fuel saving. Not quite. Just need a little bit more. There's Fury amongst the penalty for Piastri from everybody. Yeah, I know. Oh, we got a yellow flag. Is this someone going out? No, it's just a little lock-up somewhere, I think. Yeah, Stroll.
Now let's take a look here at turn 10.
Yeah, even Leclerc came out and said he didn't think Piastri should have had the penalty.
Oh, and the car locks up. By that point,
It was harsh, but by the letter of the law, you know, it was a penalty by the absolute letter of the law, but it wasn't necessarily in the spirit of racing. This is a problem with the current regulations when it comes to overtaking, is that they've made it all about who can take the apex on the corner itself. The regulations kind of force moves like that, and it wasn't as though Piastri was negligent. He saw that Antonelli wasn't going to give him the room, so he tried to back out of the move, but his car locked, and he ended up clipping Antonelli, who then went into Leclerc and took Leclerc out. I think it was harsh, but by the same token, you know, definitely a legitimate penalty. I just think maybe Antonelli could have got something for that as well.
Very happy.
He could have left the room.
Yeah, copy.
And chose not to. I did find it quite ironic. Well, I don't know if ironic's the right word, but very, very much a PR spin that Toto Wolff praised Antonelli afterwards for a faultless drive. Where, you know, I think it's pretty fair to say that Antonelli did certainly
And try to cool down
share
the tires as much as
a
possible.
portion of the blame. All right, let's have another crack at trying to get past.
So mode push.
Copy.
Because we're just stuck here at the moment. We need to get through if we're going to have any chance of Valtteri maybe catching someone if they do make a sudden late pit stop.
What about tyres?
We're still okay with the tyres.
We've got more pace in the car than this, but not a massive amount more.
Cool the car as much as you can.
Copy.
It's not going to let me make the overtake. God damn it.
Copy.
It's just stuck here doing nothing. I don't think anyone's going to retire either. I may as well keep Valtteri out now. I mean, just on the off chance. We've done 54 laps.
Let's crack on.
Copy that. Copy.
If I can't get through here, then we're just resigned to staying behind. I've got nothing left to give. This is full push on everything. Fuel, tyres, battery.
Copy.
No, we're not going to get through.
Copy.
Just cool your tyres.
Copy.
All right, back to Hamilton.
Charge on.
Copy.
Great, we've got a fault now.
I'm struggling with deployment.
Battery's overheating.
So deployed.
Understood.
You can push. So we need to push for these laps.
Understood.
Increase lift and coast.
Yep.
No lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
Tyres are quite hot.
Copy.
Get those tyres temperatures down.
Can't shake Charles.
It's getting better.
Copy that.
All right, we've actually got some clear air now. We've fallen away from the back of George. Get those temperatures down. Like I said, unless someone retires, which I'm really hoping they do, it's not looking likely, then Valtteri is going to miss out on the sponsors. Almost dropped Charles. Not quite enough. And I don't want to cook the tyres. Still got to do another 5 laps, 6 laps.
6 laps to go.
At some point, we're going to have to turn on always defend. All right, tyre temps coming back into control. Mick is closing in, and so is Antonelli. Antonelli has got himself into the points. I'm out of battery now.
Charge button on.
Taking a little bit of time out of Ocon, but not enough to really put him under any pressure in the closing laps.
Copy.
And 5 laps to go.
The tyre guys believe that we can increase pace in turn 12 a little bit. Charge on.
Copy.
Try to stay in front. And charge button on, charge button on.
This one position that we're fighting for is worth an extra 2 points if we can hold it. 6 points if we finish in 7th, 8 points, 4 points if we finish in 8th.
Mode push.
Copy.
Charge button on.
Yep.
4 laps to go.
Yellow flag. Schumacher's made a mistake somewhere. Just a lock-up, I think. Ah, running wide. I was hoping we might get a retirement. Someone in the barrier.
Too wide at that point, and they might want to take a look at the floor of the car there because that won't do it any good.
It takes a little bit of the pressure off from behind in some respects. It does free up Antonelli to have a charge at the back of Leclerc. Max is right there with him as well. Mick's out of the points now and unlikely to get back in.
And try to increase pushing status.
We've still got another 3 laps, not 2 laps.
And we need to manage front tires. Three laps to go.
Another little look from Leclerc, covered off again. Antonelli's now just a second and a half behind. There he is, Max right on his gearbox. I wouldn't mind Antonelli getting onto the back of Leclerc, actually. It will take a little bit of the pressure off because Leclerc will have to look in his mirrors rather than straight ahead.
Charge button on.
Understood.
You need to keep your K1 usage down a bit, otherwise you'll just run out of battery and then you'll just be taken by everybody.
Copy.
Charge on.
Copy.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
All right. Just over 2 laps left. Managed to save a little bit of battery, but it's not a huge amount. We're about 40% left as we start the last 2 laps.
So increase pushing status. Two laps to go.
Now Antonelli's right there, and Max has actually just about dropped out of DRS range.
Got the P7.
And this will hopefully
Next guy in front is
put some
Ocon.
pressure on Charles.
And charge button on.
Norris starts his final lap. He is very much going to take the lead in the championship tonight. Unless he crashes out.
And more energy available. And push now, push.
Ah, come on, come on, come on. Just about held him back. Last lap. For 6 points.
And last lap.
Let's get a driver's eye view of the fight. Oh man, Leclerc is really going for it, look. There we go, Lando wins.
Lando Norris wins it. He's first over the line. And Lando Norris picks up the win.
All credit to the team for the car they put together. But without that incredible and consistent driving, it'd all be for nothing.
Okay, that's the checkered flag.
We are going to hold on. Valtteri finishes P19, so that's a lot of wear on the car for no reward at all. Really needed that money, but Hamilton's going to bring home not just cash, but points as well. 6 points.
Checkered flag.
To go along with the 2 that Valtteri scored in the sprint. That's 8 more points for us this weekend. And switching onto the hard tyres and to the VSC was absolutely the right call in the end. It's a shame we couldn't stay with Ocon when he got along with us, because he kind of just sprinted away from us. We had enough pace at the end to close him down a little bit, but we had to also nurse the car, save some fuel. We'd been a little bit more aggressive with fuel saving earlier on. Maybe we could have caught Ocon, because we wouldn't have had to do it at the end, but who knows? As it is, I'm very, very happy with 7th.
It's been a long race, but there's Kevin Magnussen coming back.
A 14th place finish today, no points and lots to think about.
Lando Norris certainly loves the podium, heading up there now to celebrate again.
That's their second win of the season. A brilliant talent who looks so at home on the track.
And you've got to think that Singapore will be buzzing now for many hours to come. Well, Karun, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
Well, it was a bit of a mixed bag here. Some things went their way, but others didn't. I think their main target now will be finding some consistency for sure.
And a big thanks to you all for joining us this weekend here in Singapore.
Next time, the teams will be racing through the streets of another city. Join us in Baku on the shores of the Caspian Sea for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix.
So, confirmation of the final result then. It is Lando taking the win. ahead of Oscar Piastri. George in third. Yuki Tsunoda not able to convert pole to a win today. Misses out on the podium as well, finishing a distant fourth place. Gasly in fifth, ahead of Ocon. So good result for Aston. 2 cars in the top 6. Great result for us. We got Hamilton home in 7th, ahead of Charles Leclerc. Antonelli with a good recovery drive, qualifying in 20th, finishes in 9th. And Max got himself into the points at the very end there, ahead of Mick Schumacher. Liam Lawson finished in 12th, ahead of Lindblad, Magnussen, Stroll, Behrman, Bortoletto, Sainz. Valtteri down in 19th place. His race was ruined the second he was tagged by Iwasa. That damage just killed our race. That side pod damage. We were constantly having to manage temperatures, and then getting stuck behind George when we came out for our final stop also kind of killed any chance we had of maybe catching Sainz, who was really struggling at the end. It is what it is. No cash, unfortunately. 3 retirements. A massive shunt for Alex Albon on the final turn there to destroy his car. That only brought out a VSC, not even a safety car. Then we got a red flag for Iwasa and Hadjar coming together and retiring. Let's see what the driver standings look like then. It is Lando going top by 10 points from George. 32 points scored for Lando this weekend from the race and the sprint. That's second place in the sprint and first in the race to get those 32 points. George got third and fourth by the look of it, or fourth and third. Who was it who won the sprint then? Was it Oscar who won the sprint? I forget who won the sprint now. We'll check in a moment. So yeah, it's George in second place, 10 points behind his teammate. Max is another 23 points further back in third. Oscar has 79 points in fourth. Big points for him this weekend, 26 points scored. Yuki Tsunoda moves up a place into fifth. I was on 54 over 51 for Gasly. Leclerc up a place as well. He's now on 34 points. Ferrari not really doing much this season, it would seem. They desperately need to improve. Their car at the start of the year was pretty terrible. They're definitely taking steps to improve, but they're a long way behind already. Albon in 8th place. No points for him, thanks to his big wreck. That sees him drop down. Hamilton up a place into 9th now on 25 points. 4 clear of Carlos, who finished just 1 place off the bottom tonight. Antonelli, with his 2 points, moves up a place into 11th, overtaking Ollie Behrman, who has 18 points. Then it's Lawson with 16, Hadjar with 13. Ocon up 4 places with 9 points this weekend. He's now in 15th place with 11 points. Gets past Schumacher, Bortoletto, Valtteri, and Lindblad. All 4 of those drivers dropping down a place. But Valtteri also moving up a place past Lindblad as well, thanks to his 2 points. So he kind of stays exactly where he was in 18th. Magnussen in 20th is the first of the non-scorers, ahead of Iwasa and Stroll. In the constructors' standings, Mercedes have 258 points, another 52 points scored. They are walking it this season. Look at the points gap already. Red Bull picking up just 5 points this weekend. So McLaren closing the gap substantially. Big points for Aston as well. So that gap is 144 points after just 6 rounds of the championship. That's huge. I can't see anybody catching Mercedes this season. And McLaren and Red Bull are certainly very, very close now. Just 16 points between them. 65 points for Aston, moving them past Alpine, Ferrari, and Williams. Alpine have 58 points, 55 for Ferrari. No points for Williams. They stay on 44 points. We close the gap by 8. We're now just 14 behind in 8th place with 30 points. Then it's Haas with 18, 10 points for Audi, and still yet to get off the mark is Racing Bulls. All right, let's take a look at the pit stops. We got the second quickest stop today, and we also got 6th as well with Valtteri. Monster points today, 26 points there. Red Bull take the quickest stop by just 0.02 of a second. That is very much our fastest stop of the season and of all time with Cadillac. Look at Alpine as well. 2 insanely quick stops. Just 8 thousandths of a second apart. They take 3rd and 4th today. Audi get 5th and 9th. Ferrari 7th and 10th. And Aston picking up a few points in 8th there for Ocon's stop. So let's see what that's done to the standings. Red Bull go top by 7 points from McLaren, who failed to score today. So it's 119 to 112. Audi in 3rd have 83 points. Mercedes, no points for them. They stay 4th with 67 points. Alpine up 2 places, jumping over Ferrari and Aston. They are tied on 54 points with Ferrari. And Aston in 7th on 41 points. We are up 2 places and just 2 points behind Aston now with 39 points as we move past Williams and Racing Bulls. Neither of those scoring any points today. Haas still bottom with 3 points in 11th. And they see a summary of the stops. I don't know why we changed our wing at that stop, because we did that under the red flag. So that's weird. But we had a 2.20 stop on his second stop, a 2.32 on the 3rd and final stop, and Hamilton's 2 stops, both very, very quick. That one blisteringly quick. No points finish, or no sponsor finish for Valtteri tonight, unfortunately. Really could have done with that money. As it is with Hamilton, we are at least getting something. We'll have about 892 grand in the bank. Let's head back to HQ. Okay, so we've actually had some money through from the tour centre as well, so we are just under $1 million. But tomorrow, as the calendar clicks over a day, we're going to be in debt because our wage bill is too high. Shame. Who's my reserve driver? I have 2 reserves. Neither of them are ready for the seat yet. We have Logan Sargent and Jack Crawford. Fittipaldi is doing development work on the car, and Ricciardo's doing sponsorship work. Neither of those 2 really suitable to go in the car yet either, unfortunately. Ricciardo is declining. Fittipaldi is just about managing to stay where he is. Let's dive into the inbox. So, let's take a look at our reserves and see if they've improved this month. Crawford's gained a point in smoothness. No gains for Logan Sargent. We gained a point in reactions for Ricciardo. No change to Fittipaldi. Our main drivers, have we seen any improvement at all? Hamilton's adaptability's gone up to 98. Wow, I did not expect that at all. Post-race data. So, we destroyed the side pod, destroyed a front wing, but that was actually on this car. And then you can see here, both of the those passed. One of those was the one that we took off unnecessarily. That one's still in usable shape. And then the replacement that we put on for the replacement is also fine. And we've also had a front wing failure as well, so that's not great. We've had an underfloor failure as well, so a few parts to fix. Engine actually hasn't taken as much damage as I thought it would from the heat wear. Gearboxes are fine as well. ERSs are about the same. Wind tunnel did have a fault that could have escalated, so shutting it down was the right call, even though it's in the middle of a refurb right now. Let's fix the cars. So we can at least put the new side pod onto Valtteri now. Are they both running the new chassis? Yes, they are. Front wing. Let's replace Hamilton. So we've got no spare front wings now. No spare rear wings now. Side pods we've just checked. Are they both on the same spec? Yes, they are. Underfloor. Replace Hamilton's underfloor. And can we put them both on the same suspension now? Yes, we can. There we go. So Hamilton gets the new suspension. Right, how long till we get our new parts? We've got more spares coming. We are 4 days away from the next side pod. So we'll have a spare side pod going into Baku. That's good. And we'll have a spare suspension going into Baku as well. In fact, actually, come qualifying day, we'll have both of them, both sets of spares, which is quite nice. I do really need to get some more front wings built. Actually building front wings, aren't we? Or designing them. They're still a month away. Yeah, we're not going to get through without making any more front wings. So we just replaced them on both cars. I'm just going to go with one. Try and spend as little money as possible. I need another rear wing as well, but I don't have any slots left, and I won't have any money in a second as well. There we go. We're now 375,000 in debt, so that's not good. Always ignore the monthly car development reports. Let's see what everyone else is up to. So Audi have got a new underfloor. It's a pretty good one, apparently. They're working on a new rear wing. They're not where they want to be, but they're doing okay. Vows at Williams saying it's having a tough season. They're below where they expected to be. They could be doing better, but they've had some high-profile retirements or high-points finish retirements, which has cost them quite badly at points this season, including tonight. So the 7th in the Constructors, 13th for Lawson, and 8th for Albon in the Drivers. These are the standings. We have 10 days to go until we hit hit Baku. Let's get the June pit crew training done. So, fatigue-wise, we are starting the month exactly where we need to be, with pretty much no fatigue. So we can focus on getting a lot of gym training in at the start of the month. There we go. We should hopefully hear back from our scouts about Isaac Hadjar in a moment as well. We need to scout the Williams reserve, Wadsworth. Just to satisfy my own curiosity on that. Let's do a day of pit crew training. That puts us at 9% there. Let's get a day of car building in as well. 10% going to Baku. It's a normal Grand Prix weekend. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, we can't do that day. Let's take that one off. 9% to 0%. There we go. And then into Baku. Normal Grand Prix weekend. Let's start with a little bit of car building here then. And then we'll go into some split training before we go into... are they back-to-back Grand Prix between Spain and Monaco? We'll check in a moment. That's a bit too much. Take that afternoon off. And let's make that speed training. There we go. So we'll have 0 fatigue going into a sprint weekend at Barcelona. And then when we come out, I'm going to save this for now, and then we might change it in a second. I want to check the calendar and see if the Monaco and Barcelona Grand Prix are back-to-back. Yes, they are. So that will affect training that we do at the very end of the month. Let's go back to our pit crew training. And finish adjusting this. So, going into Spain, coming out of Spain. Let's make that a full day of gym training so that we at least get below 20% there. Maybe get a morning in. Yeah, we can just about get away with that. So, at the end of the month, our chance of a mistake will come down to below 10%, to 9.91. Our estimated pit stop time, 2.24. We are trimming away the fat on that. Car building goes up a little bit more as well. One thing I do want to have a look at is maybe just boosting the skill on a couple of bits here and seeing if I can get that almost completely leveled out, almost there. So I need to do a little bit of new tires as well. Let's see. Oh, we're back where we were again by doing that. All right, so let's go back to just balanced and try and reassess next month. There we go. All right, 10 days to go. Let's check in with the board. They were delighted with our performance. That's yet more points. We are now almost halfway there on the long-term objective, which does run out this season. We have 5 out of 12. 14 races to go. 7 of them need to be points finishes. That's doable. It's 50-50. We need to score points in 50% of the remaining races. It's doable. It will be tough at some circuits, but I'd like to think there'd be enough opportunities. I'm hopeful that we're going to score points in Baku, because Baku is another circuit where we can usually do quite well. It will be interesting to see how we get on. And then Monaco, who knows what's going to happen at Monaco. Hamilton could have a good race at Monaco. Valtteri, I don't think, will be able to get in the points unless we get some interference with a safety car of some kind to get him a cheap pit stop. He just doesn't seem to have anywhere near the pace he needs to match Hamilton. Let's advance time. This is my scout report. It is. So, he's only on 1.5 mil at the moment. So he's 11 mil cheaper than Valtteri. And stats-wise, he's quicker. Better smoothness. Not as good in terms of accuracy. He's down 10 points there, but his development rate is definitely better. He is more aggressive, but he is 15 years younger, so he can definitely improve. And there's the contract situation. So, yeah, we're going to make him an offer for next season. Question is, how much is he going to want? Let's do that. Let's offer him a 3-season deal to start next season. All right, so we need to scout for Wadsworth. There he is, Wadsworth Warren. Might be a genuine photo. I don't remember seeing that in the new gens. I'm kind of curious. I'm going to scout him. We're not going to sign him, but I'm curious as to how his stats are going to shake out there. Valtteri's happy. Valtteri's really happy. Happy with the team results. Still pissed about car performance, but everyone is. But that's nice. That'll give him a +2 boost to his stats. And he's not going to be happy when he finds out he's not got to drive next season. Oh, dear. All right, we've got a spare front wing. We've got a slot now for the rear wing, but no money to make it. That's a shame. Still got low stock on the front wings, I know. Wind tunnel refurb is done. Get that back to normal. That's really low on the list of priorities to upgrade. Suspension sim is done on its refurb. Something I definitely want to try and get an upgrade on at some point. And we are 1 day away from Baku. There we go. So it's going to be warm, not expecting rain. Let's take a look at the weather for Baku. So cloudy on the Friday, warm on the Saturday for quali, and then the race temperature actually looks much cooler in terms of the ambient air temperature, but sunny, so potential for track temperatures to still be pretty high. That is probably one-stop territory. I think we did one stop last season, if memory serves. Do we have the historical results? Leclerc won it last season. Yeah, it's not going to happen this year. Not at all. Let's take a quick look at the powertrain usage, just so we can see who is on what at the moment. Ignore Alpine being on Renault, because they're not on Renault engines. They're on well, they shouldn't be. They should be on Mercedes engines. I will double check. Williams have gone for Ferrari engines. Haas are on Renault engines. Yeah, I might need to double check this in the editor, because they shouldn't be running that. Alpine should be running Mercedes engines. But I want to see who's on what components. So Kimi's already on his second and last ERS unit, as is Gasly and Lawson and Stroll, Iwasa and Ocon. So those guys are all going to have penalties at some point later in the season. Iwasa is also on his third gearbox. Nobody's on their third engine yet. Okay, so there we go then. That is it for tonight's stream. Another really good result for us. Hopefully we can get some points in Azerbaijan tomorrow as well. That will be our final race of the week. And then we'll be back on Monday with Barcelona. And the return of sprints again. Back-to-back sprints. Well, triple header of sprints, actually. Because we'll have Barcelona, then Monaco, and then I think a 2-week gap until we go to Austria for another sprint weekend there as well on Wednesday. But Baku tomorrow, it's a circuit that I like to race at here. I think we've got a really good chance of doing well with Hamilton, hopefully well with Valtteri. I think he did pretty well last season. I'll have to have a look. In fact, actually, bear with me a moment. let's take a look at a couple of things in the editor while we're still here. So let's create the save. There we go. Overwrite. And then I need to open up the editor and grab that save file. Where is my folder? There it is. Save game shortcuts. That's the one I want. So let's drag that in. And now if I go over to OBS and switch to my TV display, there we go. Let's take a look then at the teams, see if they're using the right engines or not. So Ferrari are using Ferrari engines. McLaren are on Mercedes engines. Red Bull are on Red Bull powertrains, that's right. Mercedes should be on Mercedes, they are. Alpine are on Mercedes, that's good. Haas are on Ferrari engines. Ford engines for Racing Bulls. Audi are using their own engine. Aston should be using Honda engines, they are. We are still using Ferrari engines for at least another season after this one. Let's take a look at results. Where's results? There we go. Records. So this is the standings for this year. Let's see how we did last year at Bahrain. Where is Bahrain? There it is, Baku. So last year, there's Perez. So Perez finished 16th last year. Valtteri finished in 13th last year. But I think we also got 4 points from the sprint. Because we had a sprint there last year. So that was kind of cool. Let's see. I never actually looked at the 2024 season because I just skipped straight through it by loading straight to the end of the season. Do we have any records? No, we don't. So all we know is that it crowned McLaren champions by default, I think. And then this was 2025. This was the season I simmed before we actually started our playthrough. So you can see McLaren comfortable constructors winners over Ferrari. Then Red Bull, Mercedes were fourth. In the drivers' standings, it was Lando who took the championship ahead of George Russell by 40 points. Oscar finished in third, Max fourth. And then last season, it was George getting the title by a whopping 62 points from Charles Leclerc. Max finished in third, Oscar fourth. Lando down in fifth place in trying to defend his title was 166 points behind George. It was an absolute walk in the park for George last season. Not the case this year. As you can see, Lando top by 10 points. So there was a win and a sprint win. They see Lando getting the win and second in the sprint tonight. Third for George, fourth in the sprint. And where is Hamilton? Hamilton, where are you? Where are you, Hamilton? There. So, Hamilton so far this season 9th in the opening race, 7th in the sprint for a point. Well, sorry, for 2 points. 9th, so that was 2 points there as well. So that was 4 points for Lewis in Bahrain. Another 2 points for Jeddah. 5th place in China with 6th in the sprint. So that's 10 points plus another 4 points. So 14 points for Hamilton there. No, 3 points. So 13 points for Hamilton. And then picked up another 6 points tonight. And then Valtteri. Where is Valtteri? There's Valtteri. Picked up a point in Saudi Arabia, a point in Australia. Picked up a point in the sprint in China and 2 points in the sprint tonight. So all of his points, most of his points have come from sprints, but he has picked up 2 10th places so far. There is a new feature for this, which unfortunately is locked behind a paywall, but we do get some of these little race stories here. Hopefully some of that will get unlocked in the future for non-paying Patreon members. This is the calendar, so you can see which races are marked as sprints. And we can see the weather roughly that's been forecasted in or predicted in. I could change that if I want to, but I'm not going to. We're not going to mess with any of the settings either. But I mean, if I wanted to bring other drivers back who've retired, I need to go to find the driver. So for example, Giovinazzi has retired. So no, he hasn't retired. He's still available. I thought he was retired. Sebastian Vettel, free agent, 39 years old, would retire at 42, but he has already been retired because they didn't put him in the game, and that's his stats. They're terrible. So not great. Alonso retired last season. Those are his stats. Retirement age was set at 45. He retired at 45. Drivers like Michael Schumacher are in here. Again, marked as retired. We could unretire him, but we won't. Luke Browning retired last season because he couldn't get a drive in Formula One, so we just decided to call it quits. But yeah, there we go. That is a quick look. We could see there the performance of our team versus everybody else. So who's got the best car at the moment? Haas, surprisingly, have got the best car. Which kind of makes sense, actually, given the pace of Behrman in the last couple of races. He has been pretty quick at times. Red Bull are the second best car, just ahead of Mercedes by 0.03%. Then it's Racing Bulls, Alpine, Aston, Williams, McLaren, Audi, Ferrari, and then us. We are quite a way behind at the moment. You can see the step we took there with the new chassis and the new rear wing. That was introducing the new side pod and suspension. And again, we've plateaued. But you can see the AI bringing in upgrades on a pretty consistent basis, and we are not. So, yeah, we're falling behind. We were down a fair bit there. We're down an even bigger gap here. It is what it is, unfortunately. But that's it for tonight. I hope you have enjoyed this stream. If you have, a thumbs up would be much appreciated. If you're not yet subscribed to the channel, then why not consider subscribing as well? It's completely free. And if you are subscribed, or if you're thinking about it, don't forget to hit that notification bell as well, so you get a little alert when the stream starts and if any new videos drop on the channel as well. I'll be back at the usual time tomorrow, 8 PM for round 7. Until then, that's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with more F1 Manager very soon.